Welcome to the channel. My name's Alckemy. Today we're going to be getting down on some production. I'll be kind of just doing whatever I can and talking through it and whatnot. I kind of had a lot of thoughts happen last night that really impacted the way that I've been approaching and looking at stuff. I think that maybe for the past year, or not year, but maybe 6, 7 months, I've kind of been into this like technical machine mode where I'm trying to just make drums, make bass, and then expect it to work, and very like just robotic approach to music creation and stuff. And so I was thinking about a lot of these things, and I wanted to share some of them with you, with some ideas that kind of have like fallen on me that I'm having to get out of, and things that I'm going to try to develop as a skill and return to. So I think that when it comes into music making, I really want to achieve a couple of things. One is I want it to be rhythmically impressive. Um, yeah, I think that's the major one, is I want my stuff to be rhythmically impressive that inspires movement. I think that having an aesthetic that is very heavy and aggressive and spiteful in some cases, as some people I know would put it, is kind of like the top priority of what I want people to take away from my music. But I found that just writing and making sounds loud and trying to write these phrases and stuff often creates like a disjoint with the way that they're coming together. And I've realized that like for the past few months, I've kind of like checked out and just been mechanical. And I think that my music has shown because of that. I think that one thing that I cannot lie with, well, there's a couple of things, but one thing that I cannot lie with is my music. You know, if I'm feeling really just not into it, then you can tell that whenever I'm starting to make a track or whatever, that I'm just not into it. And I think that's the fundamental issue that I'm looking to address. Um, yeah, I don't know. I'm sure that if anybody's listening to this, I'm sure that you've run into this thing where you kind of are just not feeling much whenever you're writing stuff. And that's kind of inspired me to go back and ask myself some healthy questions of what makes me feel in music. Um, how do I make something to make you feel something, you know? What is it that I want you to feel, obviously? And how do I, how would somebody, how myself or anyone else included, tap into those kinds of concepts in order to rekindle the relationship of like why we do music in the first place, right? And like I think that it comes with some boundaries, or maybe some pitfalls of like wanting to get too into the music and wanting to like take it way too serious and stuff. But there's a lot of places and steps. I was talking to Kyle about this earlier, where sometimes you might start with a feeling, or sometimes you are trying to gear ideas together that helps you create or helps inspire a feeling that you can kind of piggyback off of to help you in the writing process. And this is all minus the technical stuff or whatever. Like, let's just say you have the piano, you got some basic chord theory, and one rhythm or relationship of a note to another creates this expression that you normally wouldn't be able to use words to say it. Or maybe you can say it, but doing it musically will express it better. And I think that this is a very deep topic. I think that it's something that most people who are real musicians, I would say, or really invested in music probably think about. Maybe not as articulate, but it's something that I want to kind of look at exploring in this direction a little bit more. And it's something that I'm thinking about, and that I want to put it out there because I want to have a conversation about it with everyone, you know, based off of your experiences, based off of your knowledge, based off of how people, you know, make stuff come together. You know, if I want to express something or express a feeling, like what is that? What does that look like in its most honest form? You know? Yeah. So that's part of the reason why I like halftime so much, is because it represents me and represents who I am. The basses and stuff represent the, you know, the angst that I carry with me from whatever hardship I've had in life, or just from wanting to empower people with yeah, saying all the things that I'm not allowed to say in a public space or on a stream or, to people who don't deserve it, but it needs to be said somewhere. So there's that. I think that this is important for me to talk about because I'm running into this kind of situation of that checked out state. But I think that it's kind of happened with this numbness because I've been trying to work at this for so long and it hasn't happened that it's almost like I'm just at this point going into this habit of make your drums, make your bass, throw it together, and voila, it comes about. And I think that there needs to be something more to that. So yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to open with that and give you all this thing that I'm trying to return to the search for. But I think that if I can come out of it on the other side, I'm going to be able to use that to help with all the other aspects that I'm doing within music creation, whether it be sound design or just straight up beat making. With that being said, one thing that I do want to do, I don't know if I'm going to get to it today, but I want to start trying to work on a very intricate and technical way of coming up with bass phrasing, whether it be through halftime or whether it be through, uh, I don't know, dubstep or something of different genres. And I'm going to talk more about that here in a little bit, but just keep that on the back burner. Yeah, I think you said it better than me. Of I'm in a routine, and I think that like you need somewhat of a routine and somewhat of a ritual. But if the ritual doesn't get you anywhere that you know creates an emotional response, whether it be like something as simple as like, oh, this is cool, which sometimes that could be enough. Oh, this is a cool beat and I like it, and blah blah blah. Like that's kind of just becomes solving the same math problem over and over again, as opposed to looking at what it represents. But it's hard. There's a lot to consider. Um, I do want to talk about something else as well that I'm actually have a question for anybody, Ryan, or anyone else that's watching or whatever. But I really want to work on my songwriting. And one of the ways that I want to do that is actually from getting back into referencing a track. And I've built this whole curriculum thing that I don't know if I'll turn into a series or what I'm going to do with it, but I need to find a way that I can stream with and make music while being able to reference. Um, and I don't know how to pull that off. But there's a lot of things that I feel like I've been neglecting referencing from just because of the copyright issues. And I think that there's a lot to be pulled from that I need to, start looking more forward to. But I don't know. When I find the answer to that one, I'll let you know. And then as we get closer to it, I have this like 4 week program of things to develop on how to be able to, you know what I'm saying? How to be able to cultivate that. In the meantime, I have this other 2 month, 8 week program thing that I've been trying to develop mostly for myself, but for anybody else that wants to take it. But it's pretty intense and it's something that you're really going to have to commit to in order to like see the benefit from. But it's basically a compartmentalization from developing different pieces of an arrangement. So week one would be like, there would be a pre-week, which would be just to write anything and to just write ideas and blah blah blah, just to get in the habit and let that be a free flow thing, just to tap back into relieving the expectation of like what you're supposed to be making or what you want to be making, and just give yourself that permission, which would lead into week two, which is which would lead into week one, which is filling out a section with drums. So you use material that's not yours and you start trying to add basses or add phrasing or add, main sections or something to a drum loop or to a groove or something that isn't yours. And you cannot touch the drums. You must obey, the loop that you're given. Week two would be the opposite, where you are filling out drums to music. So perhaps there's a bass line or something like that. You have to create a relationship with another. You have to create a contrasting relationship with a piece of sonic information. And, first you do it one way and then you do it the other way. And then week 3, you do it both, to where now you write some drums and you focus on some of the strategies that you've learned to be able to do both. Week 4 would be to take that idea, maybe of one of those ideas, your favorite one, and each day you make a new version of what song you chose. And I like the idea of this because it essentially teaches you how to remix, but it also teaches you how to try to think about expressing the core of whatever it is with different versions. Week 5 goes into writing the intro to a song. So you don't have any information, you just write the beginning points of whatever it is that you're wanting to do. Week 6 would be the opposite, to where you write an outro. Week 7 would be the 3-2-2, which is 3 days focusing on a single beat, 2 days writing the intro, 2 days writing the outro. And then week 8 would be just messing with phrasing and messing with taking a concept that you've put together and then running it through the mill of, okay, now we're in the resampling. Now we're in the, how do I create variations out of this? How do I create the nuance and the details of the concept that we've kind of created? And I think that is not something that I'm not 100% committed on, but I wanted to kind of, I don't know, I was thinking pretty deeply last night about a lot of things, and I really wanted to say, hey, I want my writing to get better. Um, I want kind of everything to improve, to be able to get closer to the representation of what goes on in my head and what goes on as my own creative identity. So, um, yeah, I don't know. It brings up the next question that I have, and sorry for the talking, but I think that this is really important stuff, which I'll probably turn the intro of this into, I don't know, like a talking head video or whatever. But I think that the point where I get bored, um, or sorry, I'm bored of the beginning stages. So I'm really bored of like making drums. I'm really bored of trying to get a riff. I'm really bored of putting a beat together. I think that when I have the most fun is when I have those 3 things and I'm able to kind of spawn and unfold an idea that's already present. So remixing could be helpful, which I think that my best work lately has been remix stuff. Like if you listen to the Cage Maroc remix, I essentially I finished an idea that Zayn wrote, which is a really good song to me and a really good piece. And then recently I did the Pretty Wild, where I was able to take a concept and then, you know what I mean, turn it into something else. And so for you all, something that might be worth asking yourselves if you're bored of making beats and bored of making music and stuff is like, what does it take for you to be like, okay, I know what to do? you know? Yeah, man, I'm so sick of sound design, but I'm also so hell bent on like getting the sounds right that represent what I want to express. And it's hard because and I've talked about this on why bass music is so hard, but you want to, you don't just want it to be, the notation of the track, the way that a melody is expressed, the way that it's um, cadenced, and the way that it might have supporting information around it, whether it be stuff like, reverb or texture or anything, is really important to me. I want all of my sounds to have a sense of texture to them, because that's what makes it the most characteristic. Otherwise, you could just do fat analog sounds and then there it is. You know what I mean? Like, and then you just write out of that, which is okay. And I think that some people should do that. If you're okay with that kind of sonic palette. But for me, I need a little bit more, and I think that's one of the downfalls of a lot of hardware stuff. Unless if you like send it through a distortion or something like that to give it all one specific texture. But I think all that stuff needs to have a little bit more for me. Guitar player, I spent years perfecting technique. You never learned to write music. It was just a guitar player, not a musician. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's really important to consider when you're trying to do that. It's like, okay, well, you've got all this technical shit, but how do you take that and say, okay, I know how to translate this into an emotion, or I know how to build a relationship with this stuff. And I think that there are rather several methods to it. I just maybe am not really conscious about it or not aware of what I want. And that's where like the spirals kind of get into, whatever it is that's going on. Um, yeah, I think that these are really important things to kind of consider. And I think that having some insight like this, if you are stuck, can sometimes give you a different perspective like I needed. And I I might end up doing the exact same thing today, like I always do every day.
Recording to logbook.
But the benefit is that, thank you, John. I appreciate it. But the benefit is that I have a new perspective, and I have something different to try to chase whenever I'm designing sounds or whenever I'm trying to make a beat, whenever I'm trying to evoke something meaningful. Yeah, it's hard. Um, but yeah, I mean, essentially, um, I've got some other ideas as well that I'll probably unfold with future videos and stuff. But oh my gosh, like this long elongated note that I have is just a lot. um, so something interesting that maybe we could start with is, how do you rekindle your feelings? And then the next step would be, how do you take that and how do you evoke a feeling with sound design, you know? And how do you express that? So I think that I want to open up with faceplant, and we'll probably start with, you know what I mean, like a bass phrase or something. In concept of stuff, there's a lot of places to kind of, I guess, how would you say, initially conceptualize, or things that you would want to say. And so I think that the best way to do that is to express through volume, or as if it was a word, a word that is not an actual word. Some of the group of friends, it was good to refresh your mind a little bit. Also very hard to keep up for a longer time. Yeah, and I it's a lot for sure. So I don't know. Maybe something that we can kind of just open up with is saying, hey, let's take, a sound kind of like this and say, this is my voice. And now what do I want to do with it? So maybe if I were to add just a touch of FM to this, and then we add an LFO, and we can make a simple phrase that would just be something like this, and maybe something like this, and we say, then maybe we can do another one here that's like, here is the beginning of a phrase. So um, we can do another one here and set this to 100. so that way we can control how long we say it. Kind of feeling like I want to make that a little bit more squarey. So maybe we can do something like this. So this is kind of like the core of it, right? And now what we can do is add texture to it. So I think that would be kind of cool to start placing things that might add a little bit. So maybe we can add just a touch of overdrive here. And then we can try to make this crunchy. See how that's starting to have a little bit more of that fuzz on top? So maybe we can do like a 3-band EQ and just... Okay, so maybe what we can do is pull this up. And then maybe we can start here. And what might be kind of cool is to do something like this. And we can duplicate this. And instead of have all this other stuff, we can... So what I'd like from this is to maybe have just a little bit of noise. It's not quite the texture I'm looking for, but I really want this to be like a noisy like So with this one I'm going to modify it just a little bit and apply this to the entire sound. Let's see what that does. There we go. So maybe not, but it's got the sizzle that I want, but maybe I just need to pull the high end up just a little bit more. Okay, so we can add a transient shaper here. And then we can play with what this is doing. So now if we have a phrase like this, we can play a melody here. Okay, so now we can kind of just mess with this a bit. And so the melody itself is kind of whatever, but maybe what we can do instead is just delete this, or rather go here and be like, okay, I think that idea is kind of dumb, but we can start off with this version. You know, even something like that. Duplicate this. Go like that. And just start building like this as a phrase. There we go. So now we can kind of just build off of this and, just create a phrase or whatever to kind of continue to try to make this a little bit more interesting. Because this is the hard part, right? At least in my opinion. This is the hard part of saying, how do I how do I make something here that has an interesting resemblance or an interesting, whatever. And so now what we can do is start to take little moments like this and be like, okay, we can use the same source and just modify it or something. Can send that through something like this. Hey, Arl. And do something kind of like that. And maybe what we can do on this is just pull this up. That's pretty cool, actually. Do something like this where we create another thing here. And then we can kind of play along with, ouch, I'm sorry. So we can grab an EQ here. And we can just make this 1, make this minus 12. Then we can make it sizzle, the saturator. I wish that Bitwig would move the playhead to where I click to instead of making me double click, because that's really annoying. probably be easier if I had like a wheel or something, but so yeah, I mean, this could be the first concept of development. Yo, thank you, Asus Sound Love. Oh, ASL Sound Love. Thank you, bro. Yeah, so something that we could do with this is maybe something like this. We'll pass noise. Let's put a comb on the top end, because that's kind of cool. And then with this, I would want this to be like maybe mid-side or something. Maybe some kind of convolution reverb or something. Something small. Let's add some distortion. Maybe some bit crushing. Then we can group all this stuff together. Send that through a fuse compressor or something. This is starting to pan out more like a Okay, so now that we have that, I think that it would be kind of cool to maybe duplicate this and maybe play with different rhythmic phrasings. So what we could maybe do is pull this back on and pull this here and set all of these here and make them a little faster and just see what we can do with that. Maybe we can try changing the wavetable or something. Hmm. It's a better groove. Thank you. Excuse me. There we go. Oops, that's an old version. Maybe one of these guys. Sorry to hijack your stream, mate. Just a quick question. Have I happened upon a process for making wavetables for the filter table yet? The way I'm doing it is so convoluted. I have a follow-up question to that to what's the problem? The answer is yes, but the main thing is like, what is the issue? No worries, man. What I mean is creating something that's actually akin to the behavior of a filter in terms of filter design. Yeah. Um, so I don't know if you've seen my Faceplant Chronicle video or not, but that would be something that could be helpful. But long story short, when you're working on the filter table here, if we look at this representation, you can see that this is a low pass, and you can see that this is indicative of a low pass, right? So the distribution of the frequencies does not equate to the harmonics. But if I want to create a band pass like this, then I would go from maybe here and over, and that would create this. And so if I want to create something that, you know, is a little bit more formant, then I would go something like this, give it some of this, and then kind of let it filter off there. And then maybe I can move that to something that would be like this. We'll start here that has a low pass, and then we'll create a notch, kind of like so. Maybe make it a little bit steeper. But this essentially is the shape. You don't want to treat it like you're making a wavetable per se, but if you do this, then what will happen is we go here, let me go there. I've got a morphing filter that I can move through. My advice to you would be to wait, did Arl say that she's oh no. Oh god. Fuck that. It's like 75 out here, which means that our summer is going to be ass. But my best advice for how to go about figuring out what you want to do with this is to keep this window over to the side here and go to your first one like this and just look at what this is about to do. So if I go like this and I want to create a high pass filter, we've kind of done that. If I want to create a weird ass formant filter, then there we go. If I wanted to do that, maybe have that bass in there, we could do that, or, you know, utilize this. But you kind of need the first three harmonics in order for this to actually not be a low pass. So I don't know, does that help at all? I don't know if that answers your question or not, but that's how I go about making the kinds of filters and stuff that I want. But doing it via waveforms and doing mad shit in Reactor with noise and then sampling that, I mean, you can, sure, but you also don't have to. Thanks, dude. Yeah, I just kind of, you know, I usually don't work like this, but I'm trying something different and kind of just fucking around and trying to let shit happen without, trying to force it and just be like, okay, let's see if I can, you know, write a riff and make it kind of cool. Yeah, totally. It's something that I'm just trying to switch up how I normally do things with and see what I can get out of it, if that makes sense. Um, oh, no, I actually do want to. Well, I want to sidechain this with segments, but yeah, it's fine. I'll just use an audio sidechain. I'm gonna keep this separate from this and sidechain this to group 5. Group 5 master pre. Turn that on. Yeah, I love efficiency stuff too, but I'm also trying to be like, all right, well, what am I skipping over? What am I not looking at when, what am I not looking at when it comes into making a song? Hey, Odd Hive, long time to see. So right now, I'm kind of just like trying to reverse this of like, I'm going to center making this into an idea, you know, and just build from phrases and try to let that unfold. I think it's a lot easier to do with like something that's actually on grid, um, like bang on grid or whatever, because you just place it, you know, in a block or in a cell. Like when it comes into trying to do stuff that's like halftime or whatever, it's just really fucking hard. It is so hard to come up with stuff that work like that. And I think that I just have the wrong approach, but this is a little bit different to where I can kind of just put some phrases together and see how it turns out, you know? Just want to see what this is going to do. Um, maybe something I can do with this is throw this in the sidechain. Okay.
I'll break yo.
So now I'm kind of just trying to find something that I can use as a fill, which I just want to do like a generic break. So maybe I can add this in here. I'm doing this on the wrong channel. There we go. And what I'd like to do is move this over just a little bit. Actually, what I'll do is I'll quantize this, quantize the audio. There we go. There we go. Okay. Keep the kick right there. Turn this off. Turn this other stuff off. Okay. Hey, what's up, dude? That might need some more encouragement in order to kind of... Oh, shit. Yeah. Yeah, so with this right here, like I really like this sound, but I can't get it to play nicely in the way that these two have a relationship. And I'm not really sure if it has something to do with the sidechain timing or if it's. Yeah, it's just something about it. Hmm? Oh, I guess that's an audio track. Hmm. Okay, I think that's the rhythm that I want right there, but yeah. Dude. I'm not quite doing what I wanted to do, but that's okay. Well, that was kind of cool. Um, it was a fun little sketch. I'm ready to maybe do something a little bit different. But yeah, I mean, those kinds of roads of where they lead down, you know, can come up to, how do I say, different pathways about like how stuff connects and all that. I think it sounds pretty dumb, but it was fun to make, and that's really what matters. But yeah, I don't know. I think just trying to find stuff that works is really what the name of the game is for me, and just kind of get to work on things that will take me down the roads that I want to be led to. I started losing interest in it when everything started sounding flat, and I was just kind of like, you know. I mean, I suppose I could own it, but it's just kind of like too many too many hits, but I didn't want to sacrifice anything, and it's kind of not the right feel that I'm going for. At the end of the day, it's still just kind of phrases and stuff that's put together. Um, so I think what I'm gonna do now is probably just make some melodies or something, and make some stuff that will hopefully kind of create some things that are gonna be like, how do you say, easy to work with, I guess, and then I'll just create a beat out of it. I actually really like that. Where's the delay? Oh, that's because it's in here. I was like, okay, hopefully there's something in there that I can use that will kind of give me some sense of rhythm. Man, those clicks are driving me crazy. I need to find like a pathway that's going to get me to different melodies and stuff that I might actually like, because as cool as the sequencers and stuff like that are, I think that I'm just like acting on settling, and then I get to a point to where like I'm no longer willing to settle, and then I'm just kind of like, that's just stupid. This is dumb. This is really dumb. I think that in certain cases, if I just want to write something, then I can just, you know what I mean, use this as a melody maker, pick a different scale, whatever, you know what I mean, and then go from there, right? But I think I don't know, I feel like I'm wanting something more out of it. I feel like I'm wanting to not just be like, "Oh, that's a cool melody," because that's just something that is cool. I think the other thing that I'm kind of not really having fun with is the sound palette that I keep running into, because I do a lot of stuff that's geared towards drum and bass, and I need to kind of venture off into the world of like, I don't know, maybe Lorne or something. There's something that's like a little bit more brooding with textures and stuff that yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, for sure. really like that. It's really cool. There we go. Hey, Fufu, what's up? It sounds really cool, but I feel like it doesn't have like a cohesive soundstage to like make everything work together. And I think that I can fix that by just adding in some noise. Um, What does extractor do? It's like beats mode, but in a plugin. That's kind of, that's kind of cool. Does anyone have any questions about anything? Any questions? Any comments? Any observations? Yo, got anything? I think that the last thing that I want to do is I want to try one more thing. That's fine. I get it. It's starting to get late over here too. But I think what I'm going to do is just one more little experiment. And I think that we're just going to go to like 140 or something. Because I'm kind of curious as to whether or not um, whether or not I can make this proof of concept. So let's do three. Let's do three sounds, and let's focus on the first sound. Going here. There's probably a more elegant way to do this, but that's okay. I. Okay, so stage one would be filter. Let's just use a square wave. We'll go LFO. And then we need an LFO to match the selection. So we'll go here. Five, six. No, what just happened? Three, four, five, six. Five, six. Pull this over here and go three, four. Actually, we'll do one, two, three, four. So we've got a selection of three things right here. And we can have three LFOs or something. And we can place all of these here. And I think that there we go. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. So, here's how we do this. So we go one thing like this, two things like this, three things like this. What are my thoughts on pigments? I think it's okay. I'm not really interested in it, to be honest. Um, just because, yeah, just because it's kind of like, all right, it's cool, but I don't really feel like it does anything that's that amazing. I think it's all right though. If you don't have faceplant, it's definitely, you know, it's definitely cool. So yeah, we've got a phrase maker here. And what I might do instead is I can create racks in here as a template. They added a modal synth. I've been playing with the one Popbot made in Maxo, which I prefer. Shout out to Popbot. He's in our Discord. So what we can do here, which is really cool, is I just designed like a three-step phase maker, which is really fucking sick. Because what I can also do is go like this, or maybe go to 75 or whatever, but as this turns, this is going to turn, and these selections are going to go off as well. So if I were to set something here that was like, sorry, something like this. Oh, which one is this map to? Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, crap. Okay. Oops. Okay. There we go. So now we can do something interesting like this to where okay. Now we can build inside of this one. It's okay. It's not bad. Jesus. Uh, that's pretty cool. Wait, what? huh. So, yeah, I mean, essentially what we can do now is grab this and set this anywhere from 1, 2, or 3. So we could be like 1, 3, boom, 3, 2, 1. And what we can do now is stupid drum loop, but stupid. Yeah, so now we can just map that here. And then now we've got a phrase maker. This is so stupid, but the concept is really cool. Now what we could do is another remap. We can go LFO table. Just grab one of these guys, hit the magnet, and go like this. This is a really dumb idea, but it's also a really cool idea. I wish this wasn't so slow. All the way at the bottom. Go up and go up. Crossfade. Done. Map this to here. Map this to 48. Map this to Gregorian Phrygian. Map this to 24. Plus a negative. Make sure that this is really slow. Yeah, that's crazy. What I might be able to do as well is set this to 12. I guess the ratios aren't correct, so it needs to be at 24. Or maybe not. Maybe I just didn't set it correctly. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I mean, so by this logic, you can just have like a lot of different things to choose from. And most likely, what I would do is just make these phrases nested inside of this. But because you could do that, even though this is absolutely stupid, the concept is there. Excuse me. And that part to me is really cool. You know what I'm saying? Because you can make baselines and stuff through phase plant, and essentially have it become a sequence. Now, is it worth doing? Probably not, but I don't know. Maybe somebody will see this and be like, yo, Alchemy, you should try this and we can innovate on it together or something. But yeah, this is pretty interesting. Does anybody have any questions on anything? I think that I'm about ready to put this pack out. I maybe Friday or so I'll go back through this and start trying to change things and just make sure that it's a little bit better, a little bit more pizzazzy and stuff. But I think that I'm going to release this pack and it's going to be pretty cheap. I'm still planning on keeping it at $30. So there's going to be lots of cool sounds in here. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so that's how I need to save that, because for whatever reason, there's some kind of bug with this. Sequences. What the fuck? Why does it do that? That is so stupid. What the fuck is wrong with this? Why does it? I don't know why it does that. I don't even know how to fix that, to be honest. Hmm, cool. Yeah, so something like this one I need to go back and fix because that doesn't sound right to me. I mean, I'm also at a different tempo, and there could be something with that, but yeah, something's not right there. So some of these I need to go back and just fix. And then other ones, I just want to make sure that they have enough variety in them to where they don't sound like I just made the same patch over and over again. Because even though I did all of these from scratch, sans the setup, um, sometimes I get too biased and Yeah, so this patch was a thing where we put a drum loop in something and made it into a wavetable, which is pretty fun. And that's why I'm fucking with it like that. So I don't think that I'm going to include this patch in there, but it's something that I'll keep working on with Zane as it's a cool little thing. Does anyone have any questions about anything? I think we did some fun stuff today, but I'm kind of gassed. Been playing with the Ocean Swift wavetable creator. It's worth checking out. I might. I really don't want any more plugins for the foreseeable future. I don't I don't want to mess with anything that I don't already have. Unless if it's just so compelling that it's like incredible. But other than that, I'm kind of like I'm like beyond good. I mean, we're really close to being able to make whatever you want and within Bitwig. It's just so that it just so happens to be that Faceplant is, you know, a lot easier to use and a lot more inspiring because of how fast it is. But yeah, I mean, most of most of my drum creation and stuff is almost entirely with Bitwig first party plugins. The only thing that I still want is like a native OTT, which I'm sure everyone else would hate me for that, but it's true. It's true. It is true. Yeah, but anyway, it's very useful for making batches. You kind of choose parameters rather than drawing. It's fun. Yeah, I feel that. I'm gonna put up a video at some point about like getting really into wavetables. Um, which is probably along the same wavelength of like, okay, this is the this is the first part, you know. Do something like this. But then I'm gonna take you through. We go done. I'm gonna take this section right here and go edit, cut, highlight all of this, edit, paste. And so now we've taken a brand new waveform, effects, comb filter. You know, we click on this right here, go mix like this, come over here, 50%, 100, work that way out, rotate the phase, cut off to like that, go done, and then just like saving wavetables like that and doing pretty much the same thing, but really getting into creating wonky, weird shit. And then being like, okay, how do we fix this? Because obviously there's some issue with it. For the most part, it's actually okay. It's functional. It just doesn't sound all that interesting. So we can go like distortion. We go done. And now we've got a whole open that up. We go file, save, and a Wonka. You know, then we can take this and go into a spectral blend. Say okay. Right here, we're going to insert a saw wave. We go okay. We go like this. Spectral, okay. Go like this. spectral, okay. So now we'll wave into that, boom. Then we can grab filter like this, go like this, start from here, go this way, go here, go like this, sweep it down, go over here, sweep it up. So really getting into like all the shit that you can do with this. Go okay. So now we've got a much different wavetable. Then we go like this, and we go save. Wonka kakaka. And you know what I mean? Now we've got a whole different table that you just literally chuck into a shaper table, and it's like. And then you can kind of just make fat basses like this, assuming that you have this. And then legato. So, and then what's cool is like, that's why I love Faceplant, because now that we have something like that, we could literally just go yeet, and then go yeet, and then we go yeet. Turn this on, maybe move the shaper table over this way, and then turn this on, and now we've got some interesting. Hey Dash, what's up, buddy? You know, and then we can go in here and be like, oh, let's just edit this into something else, and be like, cool, just do this, and you know, maybe back off of this just a little bit so I can actually hear what this is supposed to be doing. But create a second one. And then you can kind of just shape your phrases with this by changing these LFOs. Change the phase of this. You're like, oh, that was cool, but let's try a different one. Okay. We'll go back in here, change this, turn this rack on. So like, you see how it just keeps working for you? That's the whole point, is just. You know, and all this stuff can kind of just keep complementing. And then you're like, that was great. But now you come back in here and you start changing it some more. So you go like this and you go pull that off. You go do, pull out a single harmonic. That's a little high. And you go like this and you go, oh, let's make that scoop a little bit deeper and maybe add some stuff here. Then you go, let's bring this back, create a notch like this. That's why I usually don't use the filtering thing, because unless if you're trying to do like a very very specific thing, it's usually just kind of like, So now we've got this. But wait, it's like, all right, well, now let's go into something like automatic EQ, which can sometimes be really cool. So we can start here, adjust the bandwidth. And the only thing that I'm paying attention to is this, because I want to make sure that I can always fix it, but yeah, you can adjust the bandwidth to something like this, reduce the tone. And this is chugging. Why? Do something like that, reduce the mix, say okay, go like this, okay, go like that, and then now we've got another wavetable. That's going to be all weird. Let me turn this off. Just call it bricky. But that's the point of this, is that, you know, you can do stuff like this and kind of have just a bunch of access to different things right at your fingertips. But the difference between this and all the other stuff I've done is that these sounds are a lot more predictable. Unless if you want them to be random, there's always that where you can randomize the phase. But, you know, what you see or like what you hear the first time is actually going to be a movement or a piece that you can... Yeah, so, you know, you can just get cool robot sounds and stuff. And then if you add the FM, which we're not doing on this patch, but the other stuff is designed for that, you can... Or if you want to be an absolute psycho, then you could change this here and go here and then go here and create shit like this. You probably want to phrase it like this though, because that's where it gets fun. Yeah, there's also a gate that's kind of cool, which I've included on all of these. It's where you can make different shit like this. Kind of like that, so I'll just save that. Right. Well, it's also good for drum and bass because if you're playing that, and you want to have just like mid phrases or something like that, you can also change the gate shapes and make your own stepper or whatever if you want, but that's kind of the thing. So yeah, I wanted to just kind of keep making things that create sequences and stuff or whatever to improve that and hopefully, have something cool enough for a song. But as I continue to develop that idea, I think that it's going to, cater towards how to make better shit, hopefully. I don't know. I... Hmm. Cool. Well, I think that's going to be it for me today, guys. If I could get you to like the video, that'd be awesome. I keep adding stuff to this pack, but that's because I just want it to be good and I want people to be like, that's the coolest fucking thing I've ever opened. Um, so forgive me if you're waiting on it and it's not out yet. Or, maybe after this I can just get back to focusing on making tunes and stuff. So if you're tired of sound design, I can focus on the beats. But I'm ready to make some better music. Um, it just, it's a lot. So anyway, much love, guys. Go check out Dash Glitch. He's super awesome. He does a lot of cool Bitwig things and faceplant things, and has a lot of great insight, especially with things like side trance. Anybody else in here that I know of that streams? Not that I know of. I don't know. Go follow everybody. Follow for follow. Thanks for everything, guys. I will see you all on Friday. I'm supposed to be doing something Friday. I can't remember though. I've got a lesson with somebody, but I'll be on earlier in the evening, so like maybe around 12 or 1. So chill. Bye guys. I'll see you later.